Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay for our regular scheduling council meeting of Monday, July 13th, 2026. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the air, and all the creatures and animals, all the plants and everything else that take advantage of this environment that we have. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our actions and our decisions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. I also wish to acknowledge that I had the great privilege, and I consider it a real privilege yesterday, of cruising up the coast of Georgian Bay and realizing what a magnificent place that we all share. And even if it gives sunburns. Yeah, well, some things are worth repeating. I also want to acknowledge I've chosen not to wear my jacket today because I see all my fellow councillors have been wise enough not to wear their jackets, and I'm going to share in that wisdom, given that we have a heat wave. Like, what is it? We're under yellow warning or something, and I'm going to say to our staff members, if they choose not to wear their jackets, I don't think anyone would take any offense. Your choice. I also have the duty to read the I don't even exactly what it was titled now, but our commitment to our residents. So we want to acknowledge the commitment of the residents of Georgian Bay Township. We recognize that this municipality operates because of the financial support and volunteerism of a diverse community, including seasonal and full-time residents, volunteers, and businesses who sustain our services, infrastructure, staff, and local democracy. We all share a common interest in having a transparent, fiscally responsible, and well-governed municipality. Council, the corporation, including its municipal staff, commit to serving with accountability, fiscal responsibility, environmental stewardship, create a service-oriented culture that focuses on helping and acting in the best interest of the community. Thank you. All right, council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest or anything else we know in advance of the meeting? And as per usual, if anything comes up, please let us know. Open forum. I don't believe we have anyone registered for open forum. And so now we'll get into the communications from the mayor and council. And I was going to start with Councillor Cooper, but I don't think he's quite ready. Councillor Hazelton, are you ready? Oh. Can you cover for Councillor Cooper? Go first.
Give my report tomorrow.
Thank you and good morning. I wanted to start off with a list of things. It was a busy time personally, but from a township perspective, had an opportunity to attend a library board meeting in Honey Harbor. The Honey Harbor Association arranged for the fire and EMS to come in and do a couple of sessions, one of which was on EMS and some of the how to use an AED, etc. So that was a very reasonably well attended, given that it was pouring rain that day. But we really appreciate the fire department's attendance, so thank you very much. Had lots of calls and meetings with residents. Oddly, one on property standards, where there was a lot of concern about trespass, abusive treatment, and language, and they were trying to find a way to deal with it without appearing to be too much of a complainer. of course, the traditional water quality calls and waste matters. And I think there is some education along that path. Turns out one of the marinas had chosen to take waste away, but they didn't think recycling was waste. And so the residents using the marina were wondering, well, what do I do with my recycling? And so there's another problem to deal with. I had another opportunity to participate in the waterfront planning working group, and I'd like to specifically thank Derek and Jeff for their contributions and leadership on those topics. I did attend the staff appreciation luncheon, great luncheon and great activities afterwards. Again, even though there was occasional precipitation, that shelter by the Baxter Ward Community Center worked out very well. And I had an opportunity to take a load of trash to the dump and pay $85 to get rid of it. So it didn't appear like I had that much, but it's amazing how quick the thing goes. Anyways, there's an update for the month from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, you ready?
Very excited. June. So since our last meeting, give me a sec here. The usual district meetings the following week. Nothing terribly exciting to report there. Water quality working group. Sorry, yeah, this water quality working group, and there was a Zoom meeting on the 23rd. Barbecue was great. Good food. Can we start that again? Chocolate desserts. Oh, yes, those things too. Oh boy. Anyway, moving on. My counselor beside me is getting me all excited about chocolate. We had, let's see, on the 4th of July, the CCA Cognition Cottages Association annual general meeting, which went a little longer than expected, but was quite good, and had a chance to say a few words. What else? So following that, a whole lot to tell you really, other than, let's see here. Oh, just had a meeting up in Goham Bay with the some former presidents and members of the Madawaska Club board. I was introducing a candidate to them, and so I went up to introduce somebody that's running in my position. So there you go. That's what I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano. Thank you through you, Mayor. Very light month. I did also attend the staff appreciation barbecue and enjoyed some fun there. And then this past weekend, I attended the Refresh MacTier community meeting that was held by the municipality. And this coming Saturday, I know that we'll be, or I'm discussing events that are ahead of this council meeting, but the GPCA will be hosting their annual ride, their 13K ride into Honey Harbor, and I think there's a 26-kilometer cycling ride as well that goes around our municipality. And so any of those who wish to get on a bike and ride, we'll hopefully see you there. The gathering point is near the coffee cabin here in Severn Township. Thank you. Thank you. And Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. Good morning. Library Board Committee of Adjustment had able to attend the SegBay sponsored Pioneer Days in at the Brissette location and had an enjoyable time there. It looks like it's had moderate success and bodes well for similar type of events in the future. It was kind of very, very interesting. They had a big mobile bandsaw operation in on site and working away, and that was intriguing to be able to take in, among other things. Staff appreciation barbecue attended the Library Canada Day book sale at Honey Harbor Landing on the 27th. And then the GBLT event down along Wissa Bay was a lovely event with a good tour through the terrain that was being donated, which was quite interesting. And then, of course, the CCA AGM also, which actually I don't think ran overtime. I was surprised it didn't run longer than it did. I was impressed with the way they put it together and got things going, and the time that some people, including our mayor, took to talk was appropriately limited, which was great. Helped things move along at a rate that I was quite surprised at how quickly it went, which is good. Also fielding calls on garbage, on voting. Voting is a big one these days, from those that are paying any attention to the municipal elections coming up. And a few property owners that have some issues with the planning department, but that's all okay. The staff council appreciation lunch was a lot of fun. My only drawback was I had to take back a lot of the dessert that didn't get eaten, so I had to eat it back at our place, and that was a problem. But other than that, it was a lovely event. Always good to see everybody. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Pegko.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. Lots going on in June and July so far. I think, as others have mentioned, a committee of adjustment, staff barbecue, and it was a good opportunity to, as everybody has said, spend time with staff and acknowledge the work that's been done over the year. There was a MacTier refresh committee, the RMAC, earlier in the month or late in the month of June. And as well, there was the MacTier Town Hall on Friday night that was well attended, as well as the Stewart Lake AGM on Saturday morning. I also attended the Go Home Lake AGM, and just wanted to mention and give a shout out to the staff who have attended these AGMs, because previously all the questions came to the politicians, and now you guys get all the questions. So it makes them a very pleasurable experience now. So thank you for your participation. I have been getting a lot of calls from residents about different things, especially the timing of Lakeside Collection on Go Home Lake and the hours of operation at the Gibson Depot. I'm hoping later this month, District Council will vote in favor of altering the hours for Go Home Lakes, but that will be dependent on, I guess, votes on council there. And otherwise, just working with residents on different individual problems. So it was overall quite a busy month, but it was a lot of good work was done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, very busy month. Guess I'll start off with quite a bit of time spent on the library move and about the conditions surrounding the library move. So that took up a lot of the time. Many constituent meetings with Oak Bay, 6 Mile Lake, Gloucester Pool. A couple of them were about the kids' fishing tournaments. Others were about road paving and some problems with the construction over at Oak Bay. Attended the Go Home Lake AGM. Thank God this year it was on land, so we didn't have to go by boat. Up at District, we had a flag raising for the Indigenous community, how we work together with the Indigenous community, and we also had a ribbon cutting, which I wasn't intending to. I met with a constituent and staff here at the township office about some planning issues. Attended the MacTier refresh meeting, which was very well attended. Staff barbecue, great job. MacTier arena costs were the main basis for this MacTier meeting that we attended on July the 10th. Solid waste. Blue Water and Marina in Honey Harbor called me. They were told by the district of the township that they could accept garbage into their private bins from boaters only, and they were not to accept garbage from cottagers. And so I have to talk to district and to our staff about this, because if it's private collection, it should be able to be anyone's garbage. Besides that, he wants to find out about an ECA because the current conditions just won't work with him. District Council, we had a committee meeting. What else do we have here? Bill 100, for those who don't know what Bill 100 is, Bill 100 is basically giving the province the right to appoint the chair for regional and district councils. In other words, our current district chair cannot be elected by the council. It has to be appointed by the province, which the district is trying to fight. My regrets to Stewart Lake Cottage Association. I wasn't able to meet with them at their AGM. I had a prior commitment up in Huntsville for the district of Muskoka. Lastly, I don't know if anybody's looked, but the province of Ontario and the province of Alberta are making an agreement to put a pipeline to transfer oil to Sarnia from the west. If you look at the map, it runs right through Georgian Bay Township, right through the east side of Georgian Bay Township. And I think that's something we're going to need to consider at this council, about the dangers, the risks, the environmental damage, everything else to do with that pipeline. And that's that's my month in general. Thank you.
Mayor, can I add something?
You may.
And just piggybacking on that one comment about the pipeline, Ontario Hydro was also replacing the hydro corridor, and it's going to
Not replacing, adding.
adding to it, but it's coming through our township, and there is an open house, I believe, on the 30th of July for interested residents to get input and learn more about it.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a very busy month. A lot of things pick up this time of year, which is a good thing. The bad thing is I find myself being double booked on different days, and it's very frustrating, the things that I can't make because of others. But yeah, my after I attended the there was like a repair cafe plant distribution type event at on June 6th, which was quite successful, though it was pouring. Got totally soaked that day, but you know, I thought it was a very good event with different groups attending and sharing. I mean, even I was able to hand the Lions Club a whole bunch of dirty bottles and cans, which they seemed happy to take. So I was glad to give it to them. Met Bracebridge had their OPP meeting on the 9th. The Go Home Lake AGM. It's always a pleasure to meet everybody there and hear their concerns. Followed a little bit later, I attended remotely the Land Trust, Georgian Bay Land Trust AGM. A number of events I attended. I mean, I also was at a hospital showcase, the Georgian Bay Hospital Showcase, and the Georgian Bay Forever, their new boat launch. And I just want to make the comment that it almost seems to me like if an organization has the term Georgian Bay in the front, they're doing a fantastic job for us, and we're exceptionally fortunate that we have people not only, I mean, in reference to the hospital, the Georgian Bay Association, Georgian Bay Forever, Georgian Bay Land Trust, and Georgian Bay Biosphere. We are so fortunate that we have those groups working for us up and down the coast and inland to some degree, because it speaks to how privileged we are to be working and living and enjoying this area. And I think we have to remember that sometimes. But as I continue on my list here, refresh MacTier, attend a number of things with regards to refresh MacTier, and really appreciate the enthusiasm and the energy and the I'm going to say suggestions and recommendations that's coming out of MacTier. I mean, I think I love the way it's all moving forward now, and I think that's terrific. So that's it's always a pleasure to go up to MacTier and hear from everyone there. including I attended a couple of graduations, one in MacTier and one in Honey Harbor, grade 8 kids getting ready to move on to high school. And it's, I don't know, that's always neat to listen to them and hear the excitement that you can have when you're 13, 14 years old, and that's our future. Like everyone else, I attended the staff appreciation, and I thought that was a great event, and greatly appreciate I mean, we have a terrific staff, and I think it's great to mix with such a good group. Was in Honey Harbor for their Canada Day, or Saturday before Canada Day library, and things. So that was a good day. Another OPP meeting, Indigenous Leadership Table meeting, the CCA AGM, which is always a pleasure. Was over in South Gibson Lake a few times, talking with folks down there. Bracebridge OPP again, Refresh MacTier, and then this past weekend was the Honey Harbor AGM, which was also a very good meeting. A little bit longer than the CCA one because they tried to put a lot of content into it, but it wasn't my fault, trust me. I was as brief as possible there. And then I had the pleasure of attending a birthday party for one of our lifelong residents, Shirley Simons, who turned 80. Well, she did last month, but it was celebrated yesterday. And it was so good to mix with, all the people from Franceville and Honey Harbor. And, I hate to put it this way, but I've known Shirley since I was a teenager. So it's quite a while. But the one comment I wanted to make is, while I did hear numerous complaints and concerns about South Bay Road, which makes perfect sense to me, and they are certainly being passed on to district. The number one topic by far was waste. That's a surprise to everyone. But what did surprise me is the great majority of people I talked to, while they're frustrated, were very positive in their conversation that we should be considering this, and why aren't we doing that, and where is recycling circular materials and that sort of thing. But I also had a conversation with a number of marina folks who are doing their best. They're contacting circular materials and trying to get recycling collection there, and there's a lot of people who are trying to make this better. And it's like another topic will come up later in our discussions here. If only the province would get out of our way. Just let us do what's best, because that's what everybody wants to do. And that's my little editorial remark on that. And with that, CEO Mariotti, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee, and good morning, Council. Yes, it's been a pretty busy month when you have some municipalities that take a summer recess. This is when this municipality is at its busiest. But yeah, we did attend. Staff also attended the Refresh MacTier. Obviously, it was staff run on Friday, and we've also been attending quite a few Cottage Association AGMs. And Councillor Predko stole my thunder, but I was also going to thank the senior management team for dedicating their time on the weekends to providing some education and outreach to the various AGMs. And I have to say, all the AGMs have been very, very courteous, very friendly, and very welcoming. So it's something that it's a relationship that we want to culture and grow. On the staff council appreciation barbecue, I was let loose at the grill. So I'm glad to report that there was no one called in sick afterwards. So that was good, and it was a very tasty barbecue again this year. So thanks to council for supplying desserts and buns, and for Councillor Bocek to provide the burgers. It's budget time, so for those of you who are registered on our township email distribution list, you will have received an email to submit a response on a budget survey. And not only that, but we also have a recreation facilities survey that should be out now for people to feedback how they envision the future of our recreational facilities within the township. And here's a little fun fact that you may or may not have read in the staff update report. So last month, staff spent 136.5 hours on addressing beaver dams to prevent localized flooding, which no one sees, no one hears, but when you break those hours down, it's essentially one staff person full-time for 4 weeks dedicated to beaver dams. So I figured good job on operations staff for trying to prevent some flooding there and dealing with the little critters. And last but not least, obviously, when you look at how busy the planning department has been as well on dealing with some pretty significant files that you'll see in the reports, as well as advancing the OP and the zoning bylaw updates. I think council can see it's been a pretty busy month.
I appreciate you providing the example of the beaver dams, because isn't it always the case that when you can get a job done well, nobody hears about it because it doesn't cross their mind. They don't have to worry about it. And so, you know, all the work that you do, staff, greater staff, that we don't hear about, that's good. And thank you very much for that. And I think, and as you mentioned, it's terrific they have this staff out to all these different AGMs, and I'm so glad that not only is staff very willing to go, but that these organizations are willing to invite, and it speaks to an overall very positive relationship, which I think is terrific. And speaking of staff, apparently we have a number of reports the staff would like to give. So I'm going to go to the staff reports, and our first report is replacement of battery-powered auto extrication tool.
Thank you.
Fire Chief, no.
Morning, Council, Mayor and Council. So the fire service has a piece of equipment that we've had for a number of years, and as you can see in my report, it's failed twice, and we've had to fix it. And currently, we don't feel like spending good money after bad on this piece of equipment, and it's almost at its end of life. So I would like to take this as an opportunity. I know I'm asking for money to come out of my reserve to replace this piece of equipment, but I thought this could be a great opportunity to allow some staff members to evaluate our next tools that we'll be purchasing in the future. So these tools, we've already got some costing, and they're all relatively similar in price. So I'd like to give staff an opportunity to pick our next set of tools, and if council allows us to do that, then I think it's a good opportunity for, you know, to build relationships between our staff and council and myself, so that it's not the fire chief picking that piece of equipment, and it gives them some buy-in on this piece of equipment. So if you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them.
Council, questions? Councilor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, to our fire chief, the piece of equipment that we're intending to replace, how many times per year would that be used?
Probably in the 3 to 5 times being used. So it's a cutter, and so during auto extrication, it is probably the most used piece of equipment because it cuts the material away. Yes, it doesn't get used every car accident, but when it does get used, it saves lives.
Okay, the impetus of my question is that we don't have a lot of automotive collisions that happen on our side and cottage roads where we need a cutter like this. The cutter is usually used on the provincial highway, Highway 400 or some other district roads or whatever. Is there any cost sharing that we can look at between the province and between the district to help subsidize this purchase of the new equipment?
So currently, for the province, the Highway 400, we bill for our time on that highway. So we bill an MacTier rate per truck. So we technically are getting some money from the province. District, good luck with the district. I don't know if we'll get money out of them, but our fees and service bylaw also, we collect money from the individuals that are in the accident as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Is this effectively the tool they call Jaws of Life, or is it
Yes.
similar to it? Oh, okay, that's good. That helps me a bit. And it's being suggested that the money would be coming out of the reserves, Fire and Emergency Services reserves. And that's what those reserves are set aside for, just this type of purchase. Is that not correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just curious to know, my understanding is that the extraction tool was down for 3 months. Is that correct?
Not quite yet.
Plus or minus
Yeah.
a few days. Did we, just to confirm, did we have a contingency protocol? Because given the high use of these things and the sparseness of our municipality, if we needed these jaws to be somewhere in Honey Harbor, but then another situation occurred, is this something that normally we can pool from other municipalities?
That's correct. That's mutual aid. So if we required the tool during an incident in the last couple months, we would call in mutual aid from our partners, neighboring municipalities.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I have one question. Is this the only one? You have one for the township, or do you have two?
I have one.
One. Okay. Thank you. All right. Seeing no more hands, I have moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council approve the use of the Fire Emergency Services Reserve in the amount of up to $24,000 before taxes for the replacement of the battery-powered extrication tool, and staff be authorized to invite suppliers to provide demonstrations of current generation tools with evaluation to be completed by a small group of fire department personnel who are knowledgeable in auto extrication. Why can't I say that word? Are knowledgeable in using the jaws of life to support selection of the most appropriate equipment. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. The MacTier Memorial Arena and Community Center Upgrades Consultant.
To you, Mayor Coutier and Council. On June 1st, council meeting, council approved a resolution to move forward with funding application to two entities for a total of $1 million to upgrade the community center portion of the MacTier Memorial Arena and Community Center as part of the Refresh MacTier program. As part of that, a requirement was matching from township reserves in the amount of $255,117. The next step in the application process is to provide design detailed drawings. We went out to a number of architectural firms to request their ability to give us a quote to have design detailed drawings available by the due date of July 31st. 4 companies agreed that they would review the RFP proposal, and 2 agreed that they would be able to submit pricing. Of those 2 companies that submitted pricing, only one was able to commit to the July 31st date, which was a requirement of the next step of the application process. We had allocated $72,000 for the architectural design process. That includes the detailed design drawings, structural, mechanical, and electrical drawings as needed for a final package to go to tender with for construction. The price that came in was $108,240.36, including HST. This exceeded the amount, but it is also an extremely qualified company that does this type of work as their base services. They are multidisciplinary, which means they have architectural, structural, and partner electrical and mechanical companies that they work with. It is a benefit for us to have such a qualified company. The better we plan, the less likelihood there is of being unknown hidden costs once we start construction. So we are asking that council authorize an additional funding in the amount of $36,240 to cover the additional cost for the architectural consulting services, and it would come from the working capital reserve.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions? Well, I'm going to read the motion. I'll double check and then if there's still no questions, we'll call the vote. I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council approve the engagement of Barry Bryan and Associates as the architectural consultant for the MacTier Memorial Arena and Community Center upgrades. And the council authorize additional funding in the amount of $36,240 for the provision of architectural consulting services associated with this project through the working capital reserve. Councillor Bocheck.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, and I'm going to direct my question possibly to Jazz on this one. When we use our reserves for such a project as this, reserves don't come from just anywhere. They need to be replenished. And because we're using it from reserves, it sounds like we're not spending any money. But we're going to have to put back into reserves to top them back up next year. So really, we are spending the money. In the end, we all pay for this by re-upping the reserves for next year.
Through you, Mayor MacTier, to Councillor Bocheck, that's absolutely correct. The asset management plan plays a very large role in terms of the funds that we will need moving forward. This is one of those instances where we received a grant, or we're hoping to receive a grant, and so it is out of the ordinary. $1 million is coming from both federal and provincial funding, and so largely we're not dipping into the operations reserve, we're dipping into the working capital reserve. And come in the next 2 months, we'll be coming back to council with the asset management plan, an updated plan, which will then look for council's input in terms of moving forward for the next 5 to 10 years in terms of increasing our allocation for the assets that we currently have.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, was considering putting this question forward, but I really think we need to consider the total package. And what I'm driving at here is this, when you look at all these dollars and cents, it's $1 million, almost $1.4 million. Is that correct, Jazz? And then, are we not also talking about the roof of the arena? And if that is the case, I heard that was 600,000. Does that not have to be done too? And if that is the case, now we're talking $2 million. Could you answer that, please? Thank you.
Director.
Through you, Mayor MacTier. We do have the roof identified through the capital plan already. It was identified for 2028. We will be moving it up 1 year because we're already experiencing leakage, but that money is already in our capital reserves.
Thank you. If I just could say, it's lovely, but my question was, we're now talking $2 million when you put it all together.
Well, yes. But a portion of it, that portion for the roof would have to be done no matter what. That has nothing to do with these upgrades. This is just part and parcel of the 15-year forecast to maintain that facility.
Thank you for answering my question. It's $2 million.
Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. And I'm just going to follow up to Councillor Bocheck's comments. The money that's that we're proposing to take out of reserves now for this, is that part of the money we set aside June 1? We set aside 255,000 plus at our June 1 meeting from reserves to complete the upgrades. Would this money be coming from those reserves, or is it additional to that amount?
Through you, Mayor Coetzee to Councillor Jarvis, it is an additional amount that's required.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, our contribution is going from 255 to 290, basically. Councilor Predko.
Requesting a recorded vote, please.
Any other comments or questions? Do I need to read the motion another time? I'm going to take that as a no. Ms. Levesque, as our clerk today, would you please take the vote?
Let the record show that Councillor Predko requested a recorded vote. Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Coetzee, how do you vote?
Yes,
Let the record show the vote carries 6-1.
thank you very much. Looks like it's going to be the Director Engel show for the next little bit, in the next few items. So let's talk backflow prevention requirements, please.
To Mayor and Council, the township was notified by the District of Muskoka that a number of facilities would require backflow prevention devices. This was not anticipated in our 2026 capital funds. These devices prevent water from our facilities from flowing back into the drinking water system. We have a very low pressure system within this area. And when there's high water usage, that pressure drops and it can potentially result in water being drawn back into the system and contaminating the entire system, requiring a boil water advisory. The District of Muskoka has assessed all users within our area and identified facilities that do require backflow prevention devices. We have currently, of the 11 facilities, we have them in 5 of the facilities already. We're looking at installing them in the other 6 facilities. We're finalizing the requirements with the district, but we're looking for a total cost not to exceed $17,500. These devices, because of their importance in protecting our drinking water system, also require an annual inspection. The total cost for that is $2,500 per year. And I'm looking at issuing a 3-year maintenance contract for a total not to exceed $7,000.
Thank you very much. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, my understanding is that this regulation or the requirement has been in force since 2023. Is this correct?
The bylaw through the district has been in force since 2023. That kicked off the assessment by the district to start looking at the facilities and the users within their area and identifying who does require backflow prevention and who doesn't.
Okay, so just for clarification purposes, and if I may continue to ask, so from 2023 to today, district had notified its partner municipalities or its lower tier municipalities, hey, you have these facilities, you need to install these. If I can, at what point did we become aware of the facilities that we needed to ensure had these backflow preventers on or installed within?
Our initial notification was in 2025. That was not passed forward to me when I came into the director's role. So I
Okay, so
became,
this information you received, you inherited, but unfortunately late in the game, and hence the reason why it's unbudgeted currently.
correct.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question, if I may, through you, Mayor. my also understanding based on the report is that we are being asked to approve the 17.5, but we don't have any formal quotes yet. Is that correct? Is this kind of like a estimated amount from past experience or?
We have formal quotes from 3 providers. We're still waiting for confirmation on what type of device will be required at the arena for the refrigeration system.
So is the 17.5 an average of those 3 bidders? Or?
The 17.5 is the lowest quote plus the worst case scenario of what we would have to install at the arena.
So we're being asked to approve an amount that may not be relevant. It could be above that.
It is I will not exceed 17,500. So if I am required to put the most expensive system in the MacTier arena, that 17,500 will cover it. If I'm not required to put that type of device, if I can put a simpler device in, it will be less than 17,500.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Bocha.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Perhaps I missed it in the report, but actually I have 3 questions, if you don't mind. You said that we had done some of this work in the past and we're looking to do more in the future. The MacTier Arena building, is it about the only thing that we need to be concerned with now? Or does the rest of the water service that's provided to the Port Severn area also need some improvement with this backflow?
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, every facility that requires a backflow preventer has now been identified by the district. Our newer facilities, such as the splash pad or the South Shop, already had one installed. So it is a standard. Newer facilities, our older facilities, this is where we're playing catch up. They have identified every facility that requires one. There are different types of backflow preventers, and that's what we're waiting for confirmation on at the arena.
Okay, and that was one of the main questions, was the interruption of service to the splash pad. You know, it's a very important asset to this community. And would it be shut down for a portion of time while this work was done? But I think you've kind of answered that for me in the previous answer. One other question is, within the township of Georgian Bay, what percentage of our population is serviced by the district of Muskoka with sewers and water? You can't tell me right now. Okay, that's all.
I can tell you that the bulk of our facilities where we're doing this are serviced by the district.
Right, but the total population of the township, what percentage would be on the sewers and water? Because sewers and water cost everybody in the township tax dollars, whether they're being used or not. So if we could find out, just for curiosity's sake, because it was asked to me, you know, are we at 6% of our population that use municipal sewers and water? Are we at 25%? Where are we at with this?
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, through the tax department, we could likely provide that information either through the next CIP or through an email, but it would be based on household.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so 1/3 of our permanent population is serviced by water and sewer. I just made that up, but I'm sure it's fairly close. I'm being honest and transparent, but it is the 1/3 that are served are billed directly by district for the water and sewer.
Yeah.
And then district taxpayers as a whole cover some of the costs that are not included in the billings to the individuals.
Okay.
Ms. Engel.
Nobody pay for the-
So just to clarify, the district sewer and water system is a standalone user pay system. So it is those who are benefiting from the service based on the amount of water they are using that are paying for it as a whole.
Yes, thank you for that. But my concern was that we're talking about publicly owned commercial businesses. This township office, the community center, the MacTier, these are all assets that need to have the money spent on. And that is not the individuals that get service or not get service. Those buildings are used for everybody within the township. And that's why I was asking my original question. So I can defer this to offline with both you and Jazz, and I'm sure I can get the answer. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
So just using the figures that have been bandied about, essentially, sounds like about 5% of our population would be receiving water and sewer, more or less. So does that add up with your mathematical?
If we're in a general ballparking discussion, yeah.
Yeah,
I could match
5%.
that. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council authorizes staff to proceed with engaging an approved contractor to install 6 backflow prevention devices in the North Shop, Stewart Lake Park, MacTier Arena, MacTier Fire Hall, MacTier Library, and Brissette House, respectively, at a cost not to exceed $17,500, including non-refundable HST, and that the purchase be funded from the operations reserve, and the council authorizes staff to proceed with awarding a 3-year contract to complete annual compliance inspections of 12 backflow prevention devices in an amount not to exceed $7,500, including non-refundable HST, and that the facility's operating budget be increased by $2,500 annually commencing in 2027 for required annual compliance inspections. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Port Severn Park Playground resurfacing operations. Ms. Engel.
To you, Mayor and Council, in the playground in Port Severn Park has rubberized surface, which meets the CSA requirements for fall protection and user safety. It is at the end of its life cycle. It was installed in 2009. It has an estimated life cycle of 10 to 15 years and is starting to wear in areas, so it's due for replacement. In addition, we've identified issues with tree roots and trees encroaching into that playground area, which creates an additional hazard since we can't get the fall protection in those areas. We did have it budgeted to be completed in 2025. It was carried forward to 2026. We've gotten 4 quotes, and the lowest bid exceeds the $20,000 budget by $11,764.37, including non-refundable HST. We are also asking for an additional $5,000 amount not to exceed $5,000 to address the trees and roots when we move the existing surface.
Thank you. Council. Reading the motion, moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council received the report regarding Port Severn Playground resurfacing, and that council approve funding budget shortfall of $11,764.37, including non-rebatable HST from operations reserve, and the council approve a maximum of $5,000, including non-refundable HST for removal of hazardous trees and roots from operations reserves. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And sorry to interrupt you as you were reading the motion. I have a question with regards to the staffing gap. Are we at liberty to provide a rationale behind what gap caused it? Because we're looking at a almost $17,000 differential because of that gap, or cost to us because of that gap. Because this was slated for 2025, was it not?
Through you, Mayor Coots here. We did have 1 quote from 2025. It exceeds the amount that we're looking at right now. So it isn't because we didn't do it in 2025, it's costing more. It's that the original estimate for replacing this material was based on the cost to install it as part of the entire project. And we're now looking at just a one-off coming up and replacing this. Part of the challenge we face is there aren't companies in this area that do this type of work. So we're almost paying a surcharge to have them come from other areas to come up and do this work. But whether we did the work in 2025 or we do it in 2026, that additional cost was going to be there.
And just so, thank you, further, your worship, just to confirm then, the 20K was a ballpark, effectively. And now that we are ready to, the rubber meets the road, pun intended, then we have determined that's a 17K. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wojcik.
I too am sorry, through you, Mayor. But I did have a couple more questions to ask. This is a rubber surface that's below the swing set currently. I just finished a tour of Central Ontario, Northern Ontario, and I looked at a lot of playgrounds and they use either a cedar mulch or they use sand. Is this something that's permissible? Because I think if we were to remove the rubber and then every 2 or 3 years put down new wood chips or put down some new sand, I think the cost, the legacy costs moving forward would be a lot less. And my question is it possible to do what other townships are doing by using a cheaper method? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Coots here. You're right. There are 3 potential solutions. There's sand, which has the lowest impact protection. Wood chips, which are not just your standard cedar wood chips. They are specialized playground wood chips, which are fairly expensive. They can't have any, it's almost like every chip is sanded because they can't have slivers, they can't have edges. That has the next highest fall protection. It's also considered accessible because unlike sand, you can take wheelchairs across it. And then the most effective for fall protection is the rubberized playground surface, which given that's 10 to 15 years life cycle, it actually in the long run would either be equivalent or less than your wood chips.
Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. My question was going to be with regards to the life cycle. So thank you for answering that before I asked it. But is there a warranty that comes with these surfaces when we get them, and how long is that warranty if we do get one?
We do get a warranty. I don't know offhand what it is for this material specifically.
But it's unlikely to be the life cycle for one of these surfaces, right?
No, because the understanding when it goes in is it's only going to last 10 to 15 years and we'll have to replace it.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Director Engel, let's do it again. This time on the Go Home Lake pump, please.
Staff became aware on May 15th of 2026 that there had been significant damage to the water pump on Go Home Lake Road. It appears to have been caused by a collision, but we've been able to find no records or reference to who caused this impact. It resulted in significant damage, so we closed down the pump. We have 2 requirements when we're putting a pump into place. The first is to supply water. That occurs at this pump, although it is considered and direct through the public health unit, considered non-potable because there is no treatment system. The second is to ensure that there's no infiltration because of this pump into the drinking water, the aquifer. We don't want to impact a source of drinking water for other users. So for that reason, we closed down the pump because drawing water can also draw from the surface. We got a number of quotes, and the repair costs are estimated approximately $7,000 to $10,000 to remediate and submit an updated well record to the MECP. We're asking for an upset limit because once they start digging around, it may cost a little bit more. And then we also want to put blocks around that well to prevent collisions in the future.
Thank you. Council, Councilor Predko, followed by Councilor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. Just for a little bit of community context, there has been a well at Go Home Lake since the lake community was established, and people believe that the original well was put in by the MNR, and it's about 400 meters down the road from the current well, and it was off down a path. This one was installed and drilled in 1985 and paid for by the Cottage Association, and then the township took the responsibility for it about 10 years ago. But there's still about 25 to 50% of the cottages on Go Home Lake that don't have any means of drinkable water, and the well is the only source that they currently have. People from Gala Lake and I think 12 Mile Bay area also use the pump. So there has been a lot of disruption over the summer while this has been not operational. And I get continued calls and there's continued complaints on social media that, you know, people haven't been able to get water. So I'm looking forward to being able to resolve this problem as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ingham.
I just want to make it very clear, Councillor Predko has referred to it as drinking water. It is not drinking water. It is non-potable.
So the people are aware it's not potable and it's listed as non-potable on the pump.
Councilor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, I would like to see something done very expedient. This has been an ongoing problem. Matter of fact, some of us will remember Cynthia Douglas, Councillor Douglas, coming to Mayor Braid, continually trying to get this solved, not from the incident that happened recently, but what's happened in the past. Water sampling, they check for two things. When you take it into the public health unit, there's only two things they check for. And I'm just wondering if there can't be some sort of relationship with the cottage associations or with township staff that we check that water and see if it is potable. Because if they're using it right now for drinking water and there's no testing being done, that could create some serious issues. So I would also like to look at the future of, if we're going to go through the effort of replacing this and repairing it and everything else, that we find out if it is potable. I mean, I have a well at my house. It's potable. I get it checked all the time. So I would like to see if we can't come up with a plan, maybe bring it back to council, that we have some sort of testing method here in place, whether it's through the cottage association or through township staff.
Through you, Mayor Coots here. The issue is not whether we test it or we don't test it. There needs to be some sort of treatment system, either UV or something along that line. The district health unit will not test it because there is no treatment system. So they are the ones that directed us to put up the sign saying it's non-potable, because as far as they're concerned, this is, if it's available to the public, it is non-potable unless there is a treatment system. In order for us to put a treatment system in place, we're talking significant dollars because we now have to bring full power to that site. We have to have it enclosed. We have to put a full treatment system in place, and then we have to monitor and maintain that treatment system ongoing. We do occasional sampling ourselves to identify. We do it quarterly. It is not submitted to district health like we do at Honey Harbor Landing, which is according to the district health monitors. We do occasional sampling, but again, we're not ensuring that it is clean and usable. We're just making sure that we haven't contaminated the drinking water system.
So further to that, we're looking at installing a sign that's saying the water isn't potable, or it's already there. And so my question would be, well, not to you, but if it's not potable and not drinkable, why wouldn't somebody just take a bucket down to the lake and fill it up? It amounts to about the same thing as spending all this money and not having potable water. So I just don't have the answers to those questions. If perhaps you can give me some enlightenment on it. If not, you know, I'm in favor of getting this done for the people of Go Home Lake, but I want to make sure that it's done to an extent that we're getting some sort of advantage as a township and that, you know, we're not going to have a recurring problem, like I said, we've had for the past 12 years that I've been here.
It is coming from a groundwater source, so it will be cleaner than lake water or surface water, but we cannot guarantee that it meets the standard of drinking water.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Council Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm torn on this one because, one, I was curious to know how much it was used, and Councilor Predko filled me in on that one, and then the comments made by Councilor Wojcik are the same ones I have. If we are going to continue to provide this as non-potable water, and the people using this non-potable water that we're paying to have the pump fixed for, that have access to water anyway because they're on a lake, like I am. I'm struggling to understand the benefit of having a pump that, I mean, I presume people probably are drinking the water, but that's not our concern because we tell them it's not non-potable. Two things come to mind. One, why are we doing this? Two, if even with the non-potable signage at the pump, if somebody becomes ill, what are the repercussions for the municipality if something like that occurs?
Through you, Mayor MacTier to Councillor Jarvis. So the Safe Drinking Water Act is fairly strict, and we have had discussions with BFL, our insurance provider, and hence the reason why we do have signage stating it is not potable. If council wishes to go in the direction of making it potable, the regulations of the act are quite strict, and council would ultimately have that responsibility and authority. But that is an entirely different route if we do go in that direction, in which we would be absolutely liable to ensure that the drinking water is safe. At this point in time, we have done our due diligence ensuring that we do sampling on a quarterly basis and that we have signage representing that it is not potable water.
Just further, if you don't mind, I'm still a little bit, it scares me, I guess. We're saying the water is not potable, the pump is currently damaged and it's currently not usable, as I understand it, correct? Okay, so it's not in use. There's an inconvenience to those that have been using it, but it seems to me that those have been using it as drinking water, whether we call it, whatever we call it, doesn't matter what we call it, because they have access to water. So why are they going to the pump for this water if they can get water out of the lake? And I'm not sure what the status of the quality of the water is out of that lake, but I know that anybody on the Georgian Bay that drinks water regularly out of the bay have their own private systems in their cottages with UV and all the filters, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I know. After Walkerton, I think we want to be very, very careful. And I have no problem with that. But I have a problem with us maintaining a pump and people assuming, well, it's drinkable, even though it says non-potable. And then somebody coming back at us and going, well, you repaired it, so there must have been a reason for that, because we can get our regular water out of the lake. I'm worried about the repercussions down the road is my concern. And why are we spending the money to upgrade something that really theoretically on paper isn't of any benefit to anybody?
Well, the prior two speakers, prior two councillors have made it clear that they know there's a lot of people who want to get that water regardless of the sign. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor. I absolutely agree with Councillor Jarvis's analysis of the circumstance. I think that based on the recommendation, option one perpetuates an indefinite liability trap. We are going to be held liable for this. I'm a little perplexed because I believe the history of this pump was originally owned by the GHLCA back in 1985, and in 2012 we assumed it. Not sure why. Perhaps someone can give me some context as to why the municipality decided to take it upon ourselves to own this. And as per Councillor Jarvis, not to repeat, but we don't offer non-potable water to anybody else, do we? There are no other lakes that we offer non-potable water to, so I'm not quite sure why we would want to get into this game now and continue to perpetuate the liability issues that we are exposed to by way of doing so. I believe the Go Home Lake Cottagers Association own their website says that to use the pump at their own risk as well. Does it not? I'm going to defer to the ward councillor on this, but I mean, even their website is absolving themselves and are trying to insulate themselves from any liability on this one. So why are we in this? Why are we doing this? My question.
Through you, Mayor Coutier. As Councillor Predko has identified, there was an M&R well there for years. That was decommissioned in 1985. The Cottage Association, as per the MECP well record, put in the new well at its current location. It is on M&R land. So in 2012, the M&R reached out and said someone needs to take responsibility for this well. They initially reached out to the district and they said no. They reached out to the Cottage Association, and they, through the 2012 report, it was council approved the township taking on responsibility for that well, and the agreement with the M&R that we would have a use of that land permit and maintain and monitor that well. If we are deciding that we no longer want to maintain and monitor that well, that permit would have to go to someone else, or that I would require funding to properly decommission that well as per the MNR, our MECP standards.
Follow up, Your Worship. Thank you. Would we not be able to just send a letter to the MNRF saying, here's your well back? Thank you very much.
No, unfortunately, no, because well, the well was put in by the Cottage Association. We, in essence, by having the agreement in 2012, took responsibility for that well. So we have had an agreement with the MNR to have a well on their property and maintain that well. If we no longer want that agreement, no longer want that well, we have to return that property to its original condition.
Councillor Hazelton.
It looks like we're into spending money no matter what we do. The history is interesting. Lots of people use it. But then again, there's a lot of people who use a lot of wells all over the place. So there's a well over on Bosley Island. People go get water from there and they think it's potable, but it's just out of the ground. Just like at Go Home Lake. And I used to live in Mississauga. There was a nunnery up at the top of the hill, and at the bottom of the hill, there was a water that came out, and who knows, maybe it's coming from their septic system, but it was holy water now, so it must have been safe. So the point is, any water coming out of the ground, somebody has to be suspect. If it's really well labeled, I would support fixing it, and it's servicing a lot of people up in Go Home Lake, and as Councillor Predko said, north of Go Home Lake as well. So I would say, let's just let it continue, but make sure that from a liability standpoint, we don't have any more liability on it, and just let it keep going, because it's been going for, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 years. And maybe not at that particular location, but you know, the community has felt the need to go and use that water. One other minor tidbit, we had a huge rainstorm several weeks ago, and the gentleman who does the water testing on Go Home Lake did the sampling on Go Home Lake. The water coming down the Musquash into Go Home Lake and through the lake gave him the worst results he's ever had. So after a big rainstorm, the lake is likely going to get flushed with all kinds of nasty water coming down from the Muskoka. And having a well like this, as you know, Director Engel has said, is likely better quality than the water that would be flowing through the lake. So not such a bad idea. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Well. I, sorry, but I just, having difficulty with this, and I happen to concur to a great degree with Councillor Jarvis. When I was listening to all this, I thought it really isn't making any sense, and to leave ourselves in a sort of libelous sort of liability position is not good. You know, there are some wells in Ontario. Well, there's one in particular just north of what's the little town? Anyway, just below the they call it LA, but La Fontaine down in the valley there. There's a well that you can pick up on highway. It gets I don't know. It's near Elville. And it's been tested by a number of professors, and it's the purest water that they've found anywhere in the world. So, you know, if you want some good drinking water, get in your car, take a couple of big jugs and go over there. Or get a filtering system at your residence. I think this is, we're just asking for trouble, and I don't support doing anything but decommissioning it. I think that makes the most sense. Thank you.
This has been a very interesting conversation, and I find myself with a few thoughts. One, not the least of which is I think we would be very foolish to try to attempt to make this potable water legally, because that would be hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent over time. And, you know, the amount of stuff we'd have to do. No, the only provider of legally potable water should be the district, not the township, in my opinion, because they're set up to do that. And as we learned earlier, for maybe 5% of our population. And though there are taps, like, you know, you can go to the Baxter Ward Community Center and fill up your jug on your way north if you wanted to get water that went through a municipal system. And yes, I absolutely agree. We have to post signs that says it's not potable. But my question is, why are we bothering to test it 4 times a year? Because to me, that concerns me, because if we say 4 times a year, we think the water passes 2 or 3 tests, people are going to say, oh, well, the township has tested it and they didn't shut it down, so it must be okay. I'm really quite concerned that we're doing this haphazard almost. I know it's not that, but this 4 times a year testing, why?
So we have 2 points of liability when we have a well. The first point is people thinking it is drinking water when it's not drinking water. And we are very clear that it is non-potable with our signage, with what we have on our website, with any communication I have with anyone that asks about that well, and same with the rest of the staff. The other point of liability is because of that hole we've put from the surface to the aquifer or the groundwater, potential contamination. So by doing occasional monitoring, we're making sure that we have a full seal and there's no contamination coming from the surface.
Well, I'm going to finish. I'm trying to figure my last comment before I go for round 2. Not quite. Well, I may be, because it is a dilemma, but I am concerned, and I can't help but, you know, I think that the concern of the township providing water for folks, you know, on the one hand is, you know, the well's been there for years, and I want to take the attitude of use it at your own risk. It's certainly the odds are it'll be cleaner than the lake water, certainly after a storm. But we have no idea what people are doing with that water when they take it away in their jugs, whether they're boiling it before they use it, or whether they're brushing their teeth in it, or whether they're just guzzling it straight. No idea. Yeah, on one hand, I want to say that's their business, not ours, but on the other hand, it's apparently our well. So now we'll go for round two, and Councillor Bocek is ready to go.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I'm just looking at alternatives to save the township money here. And one of the alternatives I've come up with is that we do the work. We do the work wholeheartedly. We make it as good as we can do under the condition that the Cottage Association will assume that once we finished it. In other words, we do the work, we get it all ready, and then we have a meeting with the Cottage Association and say, before we do the work, we're going to do all this work. It's going to cost us all this money, but when it's done, we're going to give you the right, or we're going to ask you to take over that well, and it's your responsibility moving forward. Legally, is that something we can do?
And that is option three. So we would also have to work with them, and they would have the license with the MNR to have use of that land and have the well there. So provided the MNR doesn't have an issue, which they didn't in 2012, they offered it to the Cottage Association, then absolutely we can now put the responsibility for the ongoing maintenance onto the Cottage Association as opposed to the township.
Yeah, I think if we were to approach them and say, you know, we're going to do all this work and bring it up to standards, but once we do, we're going to transfer the ownership of that over to the Cottage Association, and they can. Legacy cost is something that bothers me. It has ever since we built this park over here. So this is a solution to the legacy costs on this, and being option number three, I don't know if we refer this, defer it, or we vote on one, then the other, then the other. That's up to the mayor to figure out, but that's the answer to my question. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm thinking option three seems like a reasonable approach to this, and thanks to Councillor Bocek's comments. I would think that maybe if we were, whatever we agree to today, and I'm going to suggest we agree to option three, but option three with consultation with the Lake Association before we put the money into refurbishing that well. And two, if there's going to be a transition period, and I just want some assurance that our insurance company is well aware that, I think we all recall what happened with Walkerton, and we don't want that incident. We don't want that occurring, and I'm totally in total agreement that we got to be very, very careful in that regard. I like option three, but I want to be sure that we, one, include in option three consultation with the Lake Association before we put the money into it. And two, I want some assurance now that our insurance company is fully aware of what we've got going on here. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your mayor. The only concern that I have with option three is that I don't believe it's fully costed. And so we don't necessarily have a full, complete picture of what it's going to cost. There isn't necessarily a full financial comparison. No decommission costs, according to my notes, no M&R permit transfer costs, and no legal fee estimates for the transition should we transition from municipal ownership to Go Home Lake ownership. And we don't even know whether or not the Go Home Lake Cottages Association is going to assume this. So my understanding is that right now it is unoperable. Is that correct? So you cannot pull water from this. So our liability is mitigated, and we are somewhat insulated with respect to this. My recommendation then, based on what I heard today, is that we defer, allow staff to engage the Go Home Lake Cottages Association to confirm that they are even interested in acquiring and taking ownership of this. And if they are not, then we know which direction we should take this. However, if they are, then come back with a full cost benefit analysis on how much this whole big enchilada is going to cost us relative to just decommissioning it, and allow us to compare apples to apples. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and I think what has just been suggested can make some sense. I do have a question, though. You know, we've referenced that there is district treated water available to the public in other locations in our township, Port Severn and in Honey Harbor. Is that not the case in MacTier? Does anybody know if there's water available in MacTier?
Yep.
So that's the north part of the township. So with all due respect, take your water jugs and go to MacTier. And close this thing because it just doesn't make any sense. So that'd be my other observation. I defer it for the time being, but I think I'd be very surprised that the Cottage Association can take this on. Wanting to take on this kind of risk would be very, very serious problem. But anyway, I'm suggesting that there is water available in the area that's treated by the district system.
Councillor Petco.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Really, my last comments would be that I think this motion is for a continuation of what the existing practice is, and recognizing that concern and the risk that we have has existed. But there are a number of people who rely on this well for many different reasons, and the water in terms of the concerns of purity versus Elmdale or whatever, I'm sure Elmdale probably has a non-potable water sign on top of it as well because it's not tested. So we are I think striving just to maintain a water source that is close to the residents that use it. Anyway, we'll see where a deferral goes on this, if that's the way council directs.
All right. I'm hearing a lot of Ms. Engel, sorry, was that your hand?
No, but I was just going to say the cost, should we transfer it over to the Cottage Association, would be the same as us repairing it, putting in the system. There's no cost for to us for them getting an M&R permit in place, and there wouldn't be the legal cost. So that cost that we have would cover it. But that said, I don't have a cost in here for decommissioning the well, so I'm fine with the deferral, getting more cost comparisons for decommissioning versus if the Cottage Association is willing to take it on.
Based on what I'm hearing, I'm going to read the motion and call for a vote on deferral. And if that fails, then we'll come up with something else. But let's try that. So I have moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Resolved, the council authorizes staff to engage a qualified contractor to inspect and undertake necessary repairs to Go Home Lake well, including submission of a well alteration record to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, and the installation of appropriate barriers at a total cost not to exceed $10,000, inclusive of non-refundable HST, to be funded from the operating reserve. And that staff be directed to review and update the agreement with the Ministry of Natural Resources, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the updated agreement. My question to all of you is, all those in favor of deferral? And I think we got at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 votes, so that is deferred for now. I guess that's what for now is redundant when I say deferred, isn't it? All right. Ms. Engel, I think you're off the hook on the short term. Ms. Levesque, you're on the hook. Tree removal of the MacTier Union Cemetery, please.
Through you, your worship, this report is requesting council's approval to transfer $7,062.50 from the Cemetery Care and Maintenance Trust Fund to cover the cost of the emergency removal of 6 hazardous trees. The cemetery was closed temporarily on May 29th, 2026 due to safety concerns, and because of the immediate risk to the public, staff proceeded with the work without delay. North Shore tree experts completed the work on June 10th, allowing the cemetery to safely reopen. And I'm happy to answer any questions if council has any.
Thank you very much. Councillor Predko. Councillor anyone? I'm reading the motion. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council receives the Corporate Services Report 2026-113 respecting the emergency hazardous tree removal at the MacTier Union Cemetery, and the council authorizes the transfer of $7,062.50 from the MacTier Union Cemetery Care and Maintenance Trust Fund to cover the cost of the emergency hazardous tree removal completed by North Shore Tree Experts. All those in favor? And that is carried. That was the shortest one we've had so far. Ms. Schneier, can you talk to us about Refresh MacTier in the MacTier Memorial Arena and Community Center funding resolution update?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is more of an administrative report coming in from NOHFC. We just need to clarify the resolution with respect to some wording. And so I present to you today a resolution that's very similar to what was already passed in June. It just provides a little bit more specific information and provides staff with an opportunity to get into an agreement.
All right. So we're saying the same thing we said in the motion of earlier this morning, combined with the motion of last month, with a few extra words.
Yes, Your Worship. I was very hopeful that you would pass the first report because I did include that in the amount for this report.
Well, we did. All right. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And a question to staff with regards to this motion. Is the NOHFC requiring us to commit to any of the overages?
To you, Your Worship, yes, that's in the resolution.
Okay. How do we commit to overages when we don't know what those overages are going to be?
Through you, Your Worship, I think the message is that we're going to give you X amount of dollars. Don't come back and ask for more.
Okay, that's fair. If they're going to cap and give us a ceiling, that's one thing. But for us to commit to overages mid-project without knowing what those overages are is kind of putting the cart before the horse. And I think it's poor governance on the part of our municipal councilors here to agree to something that we don't know what could potentially arise to. I mean, we could be looking at millions of overages, and for us to commit to it now would be just very short-sighted and hasty.
Through you, Your Worship, it's a cap. It's just basically saying that this is how much they will give it to us, and in this application, there is no more. We can't come back to the NOHFC and say, but it cost us more. And that's the message that's being requested from NOHFC.
Is there any way we can get that on the record aside from just the YouTube video confirming that if ever there's an overage, it can come back to council and we're not obligated to approve that?
Well, through you, Your Worship, we would come back to you anyways because we don't have the authority to spend any money outside of our budgeted amount anyways. So this is really just about with respect to the $500,000 that we are requesting, that we are not going to come back to them and bill them for $650,000 as an example. And anytime that we have any overages, staff always come back to council anyways.
Okay, so fair. So what I'm understanding then is that we're not in fact passing a resolution here today granting approval for staff to be able to have carte blanche on any overages. Rather, it still would have to come back, and that's not the intent of the motion here today.
Through your worship, if you want to do that, you can do that.
Thank you. The second question that I have is, and this is perhaps a question to our clerk as well as to our mayor. Has legal counsel reviewed the legal agreement for this particular requirement?
Well, just pardon me, I apologize. Through your worship, we don't have an agreement yet, but when we do get an agreement,
Our legal counsel have eyes on it?
No, council won't. What this will do is, through your worship, to Councilor Graziano, this will just allow us to enter into the agreement, and then staff will take the appropriate measures. This wouldn't be the first NOHFC agreement that we've signed.
Okay, so should our legal counsel say everything looks clean, then what we are doing is preemptively offering approval for our mayor and clerk to sign off on it?
Through your worship, Councilor Graziano, that's exactly it. NOHFC wants to know just a little bit clearer than the last resolution that you are in agreement that we're going to apply and then ultimately accept. Previously, I've written reports that say apply for and accept, and so we don't have to go through this step. In this particular instance, NOHFC is asking for some specific language. It's not uncommon.
Thank you.
Councilor Petco.
Thank you. My questions have actually been answered through Ms. Schneider's responses. Thank you.
All right. I already read this or didn't I? I can't remember. No, I haven't. All right, not seeing any more hands. I'm going to read it. Moved by Councillor Bocheck, second by Councillor Predko. Whereas Township of Georgian Bay Council directed staff to apply to the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario, or FEDNOR, and the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation, NOHFC, for the purpose of refreshing the MacTier Memorial Arena community space on June 1st, 2026 by Resolution C-2026-117. Be it resolved, the Council of Township of Georgian Bay approves the application to the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation, NOHFC, for the refreshed MacTier Memorial Arena and Community Centre renovations for the funding amount of $500,000. And the Council confirms the commitment to cover the municipal contribution towards the project in the amount of $291,357 to come from the working capital reserves and IT project coordination and contingency. And the Council commits the Township of Georgian Bay will cover project cost overruns should they occur. And the Council directs staff to enter into a legal agreement with NOHFC regarding the refreshed MacTier Memorial Arena and Community Centre renovations. Council, all those in favor? And that is passed. Thank you very much. And that ends the staff reports portion of our meeting, and we can now begin the new business. Does anybody want a break before we go on into new business? We can have a quick bio break. Why not? I'll say 10 because then I'll probably work out to 15. Yes, that was my eyes rolling. Okay.
Thank you. And through you,
My microphone wasn't on. I apologize. I'm going to do it all over again.
please repeat.
Yep, I'm repeating. I apologize. My microphone wasn't on. Under new business, our first item for discussion is expired marine distress flares, advocacy for provincial disposal program, and this I'm turning over to Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. Rather distressing situation. Got word through my cottage association that there was concerns over what happens with expired flares, and flares have an expiry date from the date of purchase, and it is required that they be replaced. It's fine getting new flares, but there's no way of disposing of the old flares, save having a fireworks show, which I'm sure bylaw would be really impressed with. So that's why I brought this to council. We should be appealing for some way of dealing with expired flares. And so that's what's on the table.
All right, thank you. Council, Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I've taken a lot more dangerous things up to the hazardous waste day up at the Bachelor Ward transfer station. So it may be a good idea to have a check to see what they would offer in the way of that. It's only one day of
Generally, I can respond to that. Generally, hazardous waste do not accept explosive items.
Is that right?
And flares are considered explosives.
And
I'm getting nods from people in uniform, so I think I'm right. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I fully support this. I think it's a wonderful idea, and I would go so far as to say, is there a way that we can potentially do a collection day and then find a way to dispose of it? I'm not sure if our fire disposal team and our fire team would even consider this as an option, but I do think it's brilliant for many different reasons, including the safety of boaters as well as our environment. That said, I would also ask if the CCA could potentially communicate to all the other lake associations, specifically inland, on this. I think the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association would likely put this in their echoes. I can't speak for the GPCA or the SMLR, excuse me, the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association, but I think the communication of, hey, FYI, this is a concern, is something, because I was not aware that they expired, and I think that's it's a great piece of knowledge for everyone to have. Thank you.
Respond.
You may.
Yeah, actually, good idea, and I will pass that message over to the CCA. I remember the last time I replaced my flares, my marina was prepared to take them at that time, and I think they were handing them over to Canboat as well at that time. But I now know that the flares I bought at that time to replace the ones I was getting rid of are probably a year past their due date or two.
It's disappointing that how many people don't realize that flares expire in 4 or 5 years, and then if you get the OPP to remind you, it can be a little awkward.
And expensive, yeah.
The inland lakes may be a little bit off the hook in the sense that you have to be 1 kilometer offshore. If you're going to be, I think it's a kilometer offshore, then you're required to have flares, and if you can't get a kilometer offshore, But I want to make my little editorial is that if you read the Boating Canada regulations, they're as confusing as all get out. And I personally, but if you read them all, at a certain point they say, well, you can return them to the manufacturer because Canboat that used to do it is no longer being funded by the feds. So I looked up the manufacturer of my flares, and they have on their website, they're not accepting the returns anymore because the feds have withdrawn financing, funding of the collection. So as far as I am concerned, and I know it's not in your motion, but I think it's Transport Canada is being grossly irresponsible when they require flares that 98.76% of us will never use, and refuse to provide for or allow for or create a disposal system of these flares. I think it's totally irresponsible and unfair to all taxpayers, including certainly those who operate pleasure boats over a certain size. I mean, it's ridiculous. We are required to have flares. We're required to dispose of them, but there's no way we can dispose of them. There's something wrong with this, in my opinion. And even if you have electronic flares, which I think are going in the right direction, you're still required to have smoke flares for the daytime when the electronic may not be as effective. Like, anyway, that was my editorial. In other words, I support this motion.
And may I just add that even though we may approve this motion, I don't know what kind of ground we're going to make on it. I'm going to ask our chief emergency services if he has any idea if anybody else is working towards a similar type of motion.
I didn't go out and survey the other municipalities, but I'm sure if we start it, I'm sure they're going to follow.
Thank you.
Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I would imagine this becomes a provincial responsibility, and I'm just wondering if I think we have two members at district council that sit on the EPW committee. I'm wondering if it could be brought up there, and because they have more exposure to the provincial government through Graydon Smith, etc., maybe they could find out and relay the information back to us.
This is the federal government.
It's the
Transport Canada.
Then Scott Aitchison maybe
Yeah.
could be approached through district council through the EPW committee. I think it's worth bringing up.
Any other comments or questions? Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas the expired marine flares are regulated safety devices that require proper handling and disposal and cannot be disposed of through regular waste streams. And whereas the previous expired marine flare collection program provided through CanBoat assisted boaters in safely disposing of outdated marine safety equipment, and whereas the loss of funding support from Transport Canada has reduced access to this important service, creating challenges for recreational boaters and communities across Canada. And whereas municipalities located on or near waterways have an interest in promoting safe boating practices and preventing improper disposal of hazardous marine materials, now therefore be it resolved that Council, 1, support the reinstatement of federally supported expired marine flare collection programs delivered through CanBoat or another appropriate organization. And 2, request that Transport Canada review the current gap in service and restore funding support to ensure safe and accessible disposable options for expired marine flares. And 3, direct staff to share this resolution with the local MP, MPP, Transport Canada, and relevant municipal and boating organizations. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Good one, Steve. No, the other Steve.
All right. Councillor Predko, livable Ontario and non-market affordable housing.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. This is just a report that I had actually originally submitted for COW, but because they canceled COW, they moved it on to the council agenda. So the resolution at the end is a little bit open-ended because I was expecting perhaps we would have a bit of discussion. But what the Livable Ontario Association or Alliance is promoting is sustainable and affordable housing that respects our environment and our green spaces, and essentially asking for the federal provincial governments to make lands that they hold available for housing within urban centers. So areas like MacTier, Port Severn, Honey Harbour. And I'm not sure about Honey Harbour and Port Severn as much, but I know in MacTier, there's always people looking for housing. They have a job, but they don't have anywhere to live. And, you know, as we look to the health of our communities over the long term, having places for people to live is an essential part of trying to make these communities more vibrant in the long term. So essentially what I'm proposing today is that for our township staff to, I think, continue to do what they're doing, working with the district on the housing initiatives, but also looking at what lands we have in our urban centers that may be suitable for housing that is declared non-market housing, which is, of course, affordable housing that is not designed for profit. And has different kind of ownership structures that make it more affordable. So if I could, phrase a resolution it would be more along the lines of for staff to report on steps that they are taking to help with housing in our urban centers to make it affordable and sustainable. Thank you.
CEO Mariotti, do you want to respond to that before I turn it over to the rest of council?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mayor Curtis. Yeah, it's something that certainly we want to support this kind of file. It really the district is in the driving seat, and as a lower tier, we're more in the supporting role. Although we do sit on the housing task force, so that would be a good avenue to have this issue brought up. What we can do as well is we can provide council with a list of municipal properties within the communities of Port Severn and MacTier. I'll probably say less so Honey Harbour because it's not serviced with water and sewer, but certainly within Port Severn and MacTier, we can provide council with a list of land that the township owns.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Yeah, thank you. And not sure whether Councillor Pratko is aware of the mandate for the Muskoka District Housing Task Force. But that is pretty much what we have been exploring and investigating since its inception, at least version 2's inception. I know that there was a previous version of it as well that predated me. The district is actively looking at areas within the greater partner municipalities to determine where affordable housing can be situated and created. Some of the examples were to repurpose different buildings. I know within the more urban areas, such as old movie theaters or commercial complexes, and turning them into affordable housing, as well as looking at doing some kind of tax benefit pop-up in pre-development or pre-planned development in backyards for individuals as well. So there's been a lot of great ideas that have been passed through the task force, and we continue to work diligently on finding new ways to create affordable housing. Here in Georgian Bay Township, we've also, the mayor, myself, and staff have also provided our thoughts and comments around that as well. So it's actively being worked on. Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Wojcik.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. With my other fellow district councilors, you know how much we've talked about affordable housing. It seems to take over the agenda at district quite a bit. What we do find is that most of the talk is about Huntsville, Bracebridge, and Gravenhurst, not Lake of Bays, Port Severn, in the district of around the lake of Muskoka Lakes, for a lot of different reasons. Infrastructure being one, and two, our lack of emergency services to support this. I'll give you an example. Bracebridge, where they tore down the arena, they're putting in a huge complex. I don't even know how many stories high, maybe 20 stories high, 15, whatever, very high, with a partnership with the private sector. So you have the bottom 6 floors of nice condos at big bucks, and then above that is the affordable housing. So there's different ways of doing affordable housing, you need ladder trucks in your fire department. You need all kinds of things to support that they have up in those major areas. So along with that, there's been talk at district council about purchasing and manufacturing affordable housing. In other words, by prefabbing the walls, prefabbing the roofs, prefabbing everything, then going to the site and setting it up and doing the interior work at the site. And this is part of the district's solution to make affordable housing. But of course, it would cost huge dollars to put in a factory to manufacture these prefab homes. So it's an ongoing concern at the district. There is a lot of effort put towards affordable housing, but unfortunately, it's on the Highway 11 corridor. That's simple. Thank you.
CEO Mariotti.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Kutsia. And I just wanted to add, because I forgot about this at the when I first spoke. So we did, council may remember that we did identify some lands in MacTier which were around and behind Mrs. C's Park that was the largest acreage, if you like, of township-owned lands that we could possibly investigate. We did reach out to the district for some kind of assistance to look at forwarding development options of this land. I guess we weren't quite in the priority list of looking at these lands as far as the district was concerned. So Ms. Schneier did apply for some grant funding to further studies to see how developable the land was, and we were not successful in obtaining that funding. So that's kind of in the holding pattern. I know that there is one or two other properties that the township owns in MacTier that are more so for a single family or maybe a semi-detached properties, just on a smaller scale, but certainly nothing of the size that you could afford to have, 10, 20, 30 dwellings.
Yeah, and I think what's important to note, and one of the things that we try to impress upon with district as well, is that any development in MacTier of multiple unit housing, if I can put it that way, would also quite possibly be supported by Moose Deer Point and the township of the Archipelago, as MacTier is the closest serviced community to them. Not that Moose Deer Point isn't serviced, but they would support housing in MacTier because some of their residents benefit from that, some of their members. And the same thing with the township of Archipelago, south of Perry Sound. They don't have much in the way of built-up community and nothing that's serviced that I'm aware of. So MacTier is important to them as well. But yeah, so the difficulty is we have to come up with the funds. I mean, the township can come up with some pieces of land, not as much as maybe we like, because we're not a great landowner, but we can come up with some pieces of land, which is part of what this is talking about. But then we also have to come up with somebody who's going to help pay for the whole thing, because it's a little bit above our normal budget range. But I think, I mean, that's I will admit that one of my great frustrations is that when we have developable lands privately owned and nothing's happening on them for years is a real frustration. And the province has yet, with all their encouragement of developing affordable housing or housing period, has yet to say to the developers, build now or give the property to the township, which I wish they did. All right. Director Whitlib, you're not a counselor, but I'll let you speak, and then we're going to go to Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like on a related topic, I'd just like to take this opportunity to share with the public listening that the township has just issued a notice of open house and public meeting on the topic of additional residential units. It provides a range, another element to the mix of the range of housing options. So July 16th will be an open house, informal open house, with the statutory public meeting August 11th, and the additional residential units would seek to establish permissions in our official plan and zoning bylaw to allow for potentially up to a total of 3 units on a property as of right in certain areas of the township, including our serviced urban areas, our rural area, but not within our waterfront communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Just wanted to add that there was some very good discussion here, by the way, and one of the things that the remarks was, finding land, but it's also the cost of the buildings, and that sounds like we do have some opportunities with respect to land, particularly in a couple of, at least one, but maybe 2 urban areas because of the servicing that's there. But I'd also mention that I really not at liberty to talk about this any more than I'm saying. There's a good chance that there may be a way to access affordable structures as well, with some initiatives that are going on over at the district. I'm not saying anything more about that, but just that that could very well play into an exciting situation. So without until we have something concrete, I'm not going to talk about it any further, but I think that is very promising. And we need to be, I guess the only thing I would suggest is that we need to get our ducks lined up so that we can be at the front of the line as opposed to the back of the line when the opportunity does surface. Thank you.
Councilor Graziano, it's a new hand, I believe.
Yeah, thank you. And I wonder whether staff could perhaps circulate a map of where lands could be used for this type of development. So councillors can review this together collectively, of course, or individually rather, collectively, individually, to determine whether, there could be potential for development in other areas as well. I know that there were some discussions with district on MacTier. I'm wondering whether we can circulate this information along with the other areas, or perhaps our director of planning could do so as part of his upcoming meeting. So thank you. I'd like to see a better understanding of where we can develop this type of housing. Thanks.
Councilor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. I was just going to make the suggestion that we simplify the motion at the end, that the township continues to support opportunities for affordable housing and looking at alternatives to provide housing in our urban centers. But maybe the wording that staff prepare a report with a map or other information about properties that may be suitable in the future for opportunities. Maybe the wording is adequate as it is, and I let the mayor and others comment on that.
Well, I actually have one question that's part of this, and CO Mariotti, you could maybe correct me, but I thought there was work taking place on an inventory of our lands, our vacant lands, if I can call it that. Is that not in progress, or am I imagining something?
It's in the works. That's basically surplus lands in as a whole. However, we can more quickly provide council with a list of developable lands for this kind of affordable housing. That's a lot easier than the clerk's department getting the surplus lands list.
All right. Councilor Bocek, you had another comment?
Yeah, if just a short one, and through you, Mr. Mayor. There's a lot of criteria for affordable housing that I think our township staff should investigate to find out what the needs and demands are for affordable housing, such as public transportation. Do we have a bus that runs through MacTier and takes them to the doctors or the hospitals or whatever? So there's a lot of unanswered questions about what services need to be provided in order to provide affordable housing. And I think one of our staff members should be reaching out and finding out what those criteria are and bring a report back to council if that would suit part of the resolution.
Theo Mariotti, given the current motion, investigate feasibility of the township-owned lands, and do you need anything more, or just based on this discussion, we'll, I imagine, pass the motion? If we do, it'll become a resolution. Is that enough for you to understand our intent that we keep working on looking at opportunities for affordable housing?
We can very easily provide council with a list of locations that we think affordable housing can be built in the township. I'm just reading through the resolution again because it does ask to look at direct staff to research opportunities to support the development of non-market affordable housing. I mean that's really also done through the housing task force as well. So as long as council is aware that is kind of ongoing, I would say that the action for staff is to come back to council so council has a fresh view on what is available out there for affordable housing.
Thank you. Well, moved by Councillor Pretko, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay lacks affordable housing, and whereas the Township of Georgian Bay has a role to play in seeking solutions to affordable housing, therefore be it resolved, the council directs staff to continue to research opportunities to support the development of non-market affordable housing within the Township of Georgian Bay, and that staff investigate the feasibility of utilizing township-owned lands within the township's urban centers for the purpose of developing non-market affordable housing, and that staff report back to council with their findings and any recommendations. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Cooper, you're endeavoring to have as many people, eligible people vote as possible, or request for provincial action on accuracy of municipal voters list.
Yes, I am. Imagine that. And I don't really have to add very much. I mean, it's such an obvious situation that needs to be corrected, and I understand we're working on that, but and I can't report as to necessarily what's going to happen, but I wanted to bring forth the concern. Thank you.
Yeah, I for one think it's a very legitimate concern because I'm hearing from quite a few people, including my wife, who are not on the voters list in spite of being registered as landowners. And so one thing I'm going to say before we have further discussion is anybody who's paying any attention, check the voters list. There, Councillor Cooper did check. And the other thing I'm going to add to that is it should be relatively straightforward to do so online, and for some people it has been, but our clerk's department has volunteered on a regular basis at various meetings, so I dare say it, that they are also quite willing to assist people to get either check or get on the list, because it's moved from being the responsibility of impact to being the responsibility of what do they call them? Elections Ontario. And Elections Ontario are, their whole history is deciding where your primary residence is, so you can only vote once in a provincial or federal election. Makes perfect sense. Municipal elections are different. You're allowed to vote in more than one municipal election if you meet certain criteria, such as owning land in more than one area. And so I can't encourage strongly enough that everybody check the voters list. And usually it's not that hard to do, but if you're having difficulty, Ms. Levesque and her colleagues would be happy to assist. If you turn your mic on, you can add one thing, but then I'm going to the other councillors who put their hands up.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. I appreciate that the clerk's department is working diligently to improve our list, let's say. And one of the things that I've heard from our clerks over the years, 2014, 18, 22, is that, well, you know, MPAC now Voting Ontario, whatever it is, you know, claim to look after a list. The reality is the list is, you know, questionable at best. And I know other clerks in the past have told me what was coming in from MPAC was either file 13 or something along those lines. In other words, it was very poor, maybe cross-referenced, but and speaking with some larger municipalities in the past, just to find out about what their practices are, I found a number of them in Southern Ontario. They basically keep their own voters list, period. And if there's for example, a sale or transaction of some sort, and somebody leaves and somebody else comes in, they track all that, and they keep their list as up to date as they possibly can. So when the list that comes out from whatever body, it's called the PLE, it may be looked at, just as I say, for a reference, but the clerk's department, and I think MMMH has said somewhat that the clerks do have the authority to make sure that or to do to compile the list, I guess is really what I've understood. So I just wanted to add that into the scenario and why I brought this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Yes, and thank you through you, your mayor. I've read quite a bit on this and certainly been informed over the time from Councillor Cooper on all of this and from district council. And the surprising thing is that with the change of the authority on who votes where, one of the criteria has been changed to they check your address on your driver's license. And the driver's license address is part of the decision on where you should vote or not vote. So if you have a license of Richmond Hill on your driver's license, they automatically expect that to be your primary residence and that's where you would vote from. So, which I think is wrong. And either I need a clear understanding of it or we need to lobby to get that changed so that all of our residents here, not just the 2,500 on the sign, but all get a chance to vote in this municipality.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And this is very alarming and quite concerning. I understand that there's a need to change from one jurisdiction to another. I believe it's incumbent on this municipality to actively get this information circulated to its constituency. And I don't think that simply sending a message via online or today's YouTube video is going to suffice. We have a large aging population within this community that does not use technology and is not online, and as such may not be aware come elections time that they are not registered. There is a large contingent of people in our communities, specifically in our urban areas, that I've known from past elections that don't come to our municipal website, that don't watch our videos, and are not online as well. And I think we need to ramp up or amplify our communication strategy to ask most of our residents to take a look to determine whether or not they are in fact on the list or not. And if not, give them clear instructions on how to get on the list. And this is just a concern of mine, given that I've seen now many people saying that they A, were unaware of the change, B, are not on the voters list after looking and trying to find and see have been having and experiencing some challenges. So again, very alarming, very concerning, and timing of all this. I mean, they couldn't have done it mid-elections. No, they had to do it within a few months of declaring and the elections concluding. It's just very perplexing to me. Good on Ontario. Thank you.
Ms. Levesque.
Through your worship, I just wanted to clarify a couple things that came up. One point that Councillor Cooper brought up about the PLE. Staff and the clerk's department, we do cross-reference. So once we receive the PLE August 14th, we will go through it with a fine-tooth comb. We cross-reference it with municipal information that's available to us and identify any potential discrepancies in the list. From that point going forward, residents do come to the municipality to add themselves to the voters list. They're not using the register-to-vote.on. So we do make sure that it's as accurate as possible. And we are, like I said, we are encouraging the public to get themselves on the voters list. We're planning in the next couple of weeks to amp up communications just to ensure that those who are not on get added on. So as a councillor, you can advocate to your residents to make sure that they are on the voters list.
And I'll go one step further, and I strongly encourage us as a township, but also us as individuals to make sure the various, I'll call it cottage associations or whatever are out there are spreading the message. I know some of them already are, and I think that's extremely important. Councillor Hazelton.
One thing that's interesting about age is things repeat themselves frequently. And I can remember, it seems every election we have, there are issues with who's on the voter list, who's not on the voter list. And it's like a recurring theme. So I guess the good news is the older you are, the more likely you are to know that there's going to be a problem with the voters list. But sadly, that's still a problem. So the first thing is we have this problem with the voters list. We have the government producing documentation today that if you read it, you don't even believe you could vote. That's a problem. So that's kind of one category. The other category is, that's already been talked about, is the communication of what you should be doing today in your communities to get people aware of what they need to do to be put on the voters list. That's an important step, and I hear that work is already, efforts are already going on that front. The third thing is the recognition by the township of how to accommodate all the people that should be able to vote. And I just want to provide kudos to our clerk and our clerking department, who have understood the importance of recognizing the people in our community, the seasonal residents, as well as the landowners, and helping to provide, first of all, some assistance in the clarification, but secondly, offer the assistance needed for people in the community to come to the township and become a registered voter. And the guidance that we had at the Honey Harbor AGM, basically from Karen, was if you go to the province, they're probably going to say no, so don't. Come to the township, we will help you, and we will help you get on the voters list. And I think Karen is doing a stellar job along with her department in facilitating and accommodating the uniqueness that we have in our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, just a quick question to our clerk. Can the data or the information be changed here at the township office if it is incorrect coming from wherever we get it from the province? I'll give you an example. My son, my youngest son, could not vote in the last election for me, even though he might not have voted for me, but because his name on the voters list is Bocheck. And when he came to vote, and you have to show your ID, he was declined because on the voters list, his name was Bocheck. So I'm just wondering if they could come into this office and get those changes made instead of to the province.
Through your worship. Yep, that's correct. So we're encouraging residents to come in. When they do check themselves on the voters list, that's when we identify all those discrepancies. So your son would have saw that he's Bocheck, and we can make those revisions here.
Okay, great.
What do you know, Clerk Levesque, when the voters cards or whatever they're called will be sent out to the residents that are on whatever list exists at that time?
Through your worship, we don't have an exact date at this point, but it will be beginning of October, potentially end of September, getting your voter's card, but we don't have an exact date. We're still working with our vendor.
So that'll be quite last minute.
And I think they don't send them out too early, because then they get lost in the mail, and people get them and they file them away somewhere. But
Okay.
But again, if anyone notices that they do not receive a card in the mail, again, they can contact us and we can send them stuff via email. We can print it out for them. We will accommodate as best as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
I just want to make sure that I understand, is the clerk's department dealing with Vote Ontario to get a better understanding of how they're dealing with the issue of seasonal residents being ratepayers and so forth? How are they correcting it, and when will they correct it? Some of the questions that I would have, and I misspoke earlier. I said I wasn't on the voters list. I am on the voters list for Aurora, Ontario, but I'm not on for the township of Georgian Bay, and I find that very unsatisfactory. And I'm sure 85 or 83% of our population feel the same way if they're in the condition that, or have the situation that I have. So how are we proactively, I understand we can create our own list, and I think that's a really important aspect to understand, but nevertheless, they need to be told. Thank you.
Through your worship, we are in active communication with Elections Ontario, so I'm personally emailing them weekly. They're aware of the issue and they know, and we're advocating to them. They said that they're working on it. At this point, we don't know. I don't know if they're repulling MPAC data or data from TerraView. But from the municipality standpoint, the only thing we can do at this point is advocate to our residents to double check that they're on the voters list. And just to confirm, you are on our voters list. Correct.
He's got power.
I got the power. You're on, just to confirm. Everyone here is on the voters list that can vote.
All right. Yeah, because all these other residents in your area aren't on the list. I understand that Clerk Levesque has arranged that you have 100 votes. Okay, that was completely made up. Okay.
I was asked a question at a recent meeting, and we have a few non-permanent residents that live in trailer parks or trailers. I'll give you an example. Across the street here, we have quite a large park and they pay taxes. Each individual at that park pays taxes. Yet we have on Honey Harbor Road, we have campgrounds that do not charge, or we do not charge taxes to the lots. And so they think it's unfair where they're paying taxes and over here they're not paying taxes. They wanted me to explain why to them and I didn't have an explanation. So I'm reaching out probably to Sydney or to Karen to make an explanation of that. And there's more up north here that again, they live there seasonally, but they don't pay taxes yet. Other campgrounds, Blue Water, whatever it is, Meadowvale over here, they don't pay taxes. So maybe we need to look at that.
Through your worship. So any trailer park resident that has a seasonal trailer at a trailer park, all they have to provide to us is some sort of rental agreement or park occupancy agreement, and we can get them added to the. So regardless if they pay taxes, they would probably pay some sort of dues to the trailer park. That would be divided out. So we just need some sort of agreement that they occupy the trailer.
So they could be entitled to vote.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's an easy explanation.
Yeah, and anyone that's actually paying taxes, they bring their tax bill in, then that's a good form of confirmation that they should be voted on the list too. Council, Corey, we have some rather repetitive councillors in this one.
I'm sorry, but I just, on this particular point that was raised by Councillor Bocek, think of apartment buildings in Toronto. The owner of the apartment building collects rent and pays taxes. Whereas what you're talking about here, there are individual tax bills going out. In some cases, in other cases, it's like the apartment building in Toronto, where there's taxes being paid. It's just not assigned to every single tenant. I think that sort of, I hope that helps because I think that's what's going on basically.
It does. And just to add to that, in this conversation, it was brought in livable boats too, boats with 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, similar to the trailer park over here, where they use that, like they use a boat and they're not paying the taxes. And why are they responsible across the street for paying the taxes for the same living accommodation? So I have pretty good information here from Sydney and from you, Councillor Coupler, that hopefully at my next meeting, I can not get darts thrown at me again.
No promises.
No promises.
And I think what should been made quite clear that if you are a resident of a property that you don't own, but if there's some form of, I'll call it lease agreement or occupancy agreement, that usually will qualify you to vote. Because it's proof, again, that you're an occupant of this township. Well, yeah. Okay, I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Whereas the province of Ontario shifted responsibility of the municipal election voters list from MPAC to Elections Ontario by amending the Municipal Elections Act 1996 through the Helping Tenants and Small Businesses Act 2020, effective after the 2022 municipal election. And whereas many of the lower tier township elector lists presented by Elections Ontario have discrepancies in voter counts from the 2022 municipal election, specifically in the number of eligible non-resident property owners, which are significantly lower than the 2022 numbers. And whereas Elections Ontario has acknowledged the discrepancies and is planning to address them. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Corporation of the Township of Georgian Bay urges the Province of Ontario to immediately encourage prioritization of the review of data specifically related to non-resident property owners to ensure voter lists are as accurate as possible prior to August 14th, 2026. And that this resolution be forwarded to the Premier, the Minister of the Municipal Affairs and Housing, the local MPPs, AMO, Roma, AMCTO, EOWC, FOCA, FOCA, and all Ontario municipalities for support. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. If we're here, we want to be able to vote. Simple. Councillor Jarvis, you again. A call to return for property tax reassessment cycle. Yes. Okay. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay supports the Township of North Stormont's resolution number 163-2026. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be circulated to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, Honourable Peter Bethlehem Fallery, Minister of Finance, Member of Provincial Parliament, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, the Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities, and all Ontario municipalities. Any comment or questions? All those in favor? All right. I think council thinks we've been over this before as well.
I like these ones.
Okay, Councillor Jarvis, you again. Modernizing Ontario's invasive plants regulatory framework.
This is kind of a fun one. I was very interested to read the correspondence from the town of Halton Hills. And I think it's really important that because of the issues we've had, particularly with things like Phragmites, that we work very hard with any other organizations and municipality in supporting the fact that there are plants allowed to be sold at nurseries that are in fact invasive species. That's how we got Phragmites in the first place. And we know what a bane to our existence that has become. So I think it's really, really important that we try and support these efforts to get the province to restrict what can be sold at nurseries to items that we don't mind having within our environment. And that's part of what this is. It's also supporting ongoing endeavors to restrict what is currently already all over the bloody place, like Phragmites. So I think it'd be great if we could support this.
Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay supports the town of Halton Hills resolution number 2026-0107. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be circulated to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Ontario Minister of Natural Resources, the Ontario Minister of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness, the Ontario Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Ontario Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Federal Minister of Environment and Climate Change, the Federal Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Foods, MPs and MPPs, the District of Muskoka, AMO, Roma, FCM, the Ontario Invasive Plant Council, Landscape Ontario, the Canadian Nursery Landscape Association, and all Ontario municipalities for their consideration and support. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously as well. And that ends the new business. And now we're into the consent agenda. The motion is Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of July 13th, 2026 as circulated. And before I call the vote, of course, I will ask, does anybody want to discuss anything, raise anything, and all that? Councillor Cooper. I almost was able to call the vote.
You almost got away with it. There you go.
Almost.
No, I just, in terms of activities that we've sort of commissioned, shall we say, from our staff in the past, we had a list of process improvement items that were to be worked on, and I'm not seeing those items surface very much, so I'm wondering where that has gone. And I don't whether it would be, I would think our CAO or our clerk could maybe respond to that, but I think there are still a fair number of things on that list that have not been dealt with.
Not sure that's in the consent agenda, but let's see if you can answer it anyway, CO Mariotti.
Yeah, I can say through you, Mayor Kutzer, that some of the items were addressed and closed out, and some of the items are being prepared for next council. But we can provide council with an update as to where we're at with some of these process improvements.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was off topic.
Well, but you got an answer.
Thank you.
Any other on or off topics? Councillor Bochuk, I don't want to off topic.
I'm not
take it
straying too far.
Okay, let's see. We'll be the judge of that.
Just further to Councillor Jarvis's resolution, I didn't see in the list to include Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And I don't want a resolution to that. I would just like it added to the list through the clerk's office, if I'm incorrect, but I didn't see the Department of Fisheries and Oceans on there. Yeah, and I think that should be included maybe.
You're referring to the invasive species?
Yes.
Can
Yeah.
you add Department of Fisheries and?
Yeah.
We got a positive nod from the clerk's department. You're the whole department right now. She's considering it a friendly amendment. Thank you. All right. Back to the consent agenda. You don't have a vote. But okay. All those in favor? And I've got more than enough hands to say that's carried. All right. Now, we have closed session. And if I understand closed session correctly, we have a 1 o'clock scheduled. Given the time, do you want to go in the close now, get the other stuff done, break for lunch, and then come back for the 1 o'clock? Okay, then I get to read a long and lengthy motion. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Cooper, where Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections of 239(2). 1. Temporary use zoning bylaw amendment extension application Z 26-05, which is rock crushing by OBD Developments, Inc. 2. Tickner Phase 2 lot evaluations. 3. Council closed minutes of June 1st, 2026, and 4. Legal files listing. Now be it resolved, the Council of Township of Georgian Bay moves in the closed session of council at 11:44 a.m. All those in favor? Okay, we're moving into closed. For those in our audience watching, we will go through most of these items, all three of these items. The fourth item will be addressed at 1 o'clock. So if you're patiently waiting, you got a long wait. Thank you. To confirm. Okay. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 2:28 PM. All those in favor? And I see in more than enough hands. Thank you. Yeah, well, and by the way, anybody who's looking, yes, there is a full council of 7, even though you can't see everybody's faces. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council adopts the June 1st, 2026 council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? And I have 7 votes. That is carried. Moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2026-050 to confirm the proceedings of the July 13th, 2026 council meeting. All those in favor? I have 7 votes. That is carried. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council is now adjourned at XXX PM, and I'm going to make that 2:29 PM until August 10, 2026 at 9 AM or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And 7 votes yet again. That is carried. We are now adjourned and we'll be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock for a planning council. Thank you very much.